And we're back to Robot and Wizard Nonsense. During the time offline, I did a bit of research into strategies how to defeat the Warden. And while there were a few options, the general idea is to simply don't. Reason being, the Echo Shards we're looking for aren't even dropped by normal Wardens. This is the Possessed Warden that Occultism provides. You'll notice this is entry 1 of 1. We've been fighting a Warden for nothing. So our options remain collecting all this Skulk stuff to summon this one that actually drops what we need, or finding an ancient city. And considering we only have eyes on one Skulk Shrieker, that means finding an ancient city. And this whole bit about ghost busting a Warden into the box, useless. Yeah, see, the Warden has a chance of dropping a Skulk Catalyst. That's it. That's his only potential product. Echo Shards are not on the list. And while in theory I could use the Skulk Catalysts I've already collected as a way of somehow farming an artificial Skulk area and growing Shriekers that don't work, I don't think that's a very productive use of time. So we're just going to put away our loot, get this map up as a kind of trophy, because we did go to that Woodland Mansion and destroy it. And then we're going to go looking for some actual ancient cities. For loot purposes. We have a gold fishing arm. Which, what is the level of the fishing arm on our existing Fisher Golem? He's got gold. So that wouldn't be an upgrade. Also, look at all this cod. There's so much of it I can't even take all of it to inventory. Salmon too, and puffers, tons of. So they will no longer be a problem. Presumably ever. Which makes him a good investment. Now I've got all this ore to crack. And these geodes to probably also crack, honestly. Because I do have my Fortune Hammer. So we'll get these busted and these ores mined and dealt with into storage. Then we'll go grab that Shrieker and start looking for a proper ancient city biome. Yes, emeralds, raw gold, lapis, flint, redstone. Not all that impressive on the hammer stuff. This guy's giving us some neat items. Hard to argue with essentially free loot. And he is still crushing gravel to sand as we instructed him yesterday. Patrols walking right through my work site. It's funny, we built this whole bee thing because we needed 1 beeswax to make a candle. Or was it 2? We haven't really been in here since. I never even installed the chests that I intended to have here. The lengths you have to go to sometimes for a single basic resource. Coal, as always, we mine not for the coal, but for the chimerite. And Vintium ore isn't a mined thing. That just has to be smelted. We'll throw all the loot in storage where it belongs. That's pretty decent pace. Oh yeah, this is all of the... Right. The lamp. The whole reason we want to go to the ancient city. These can be placed in there. We're not going to sit here and cook that whole batch. And now I don't need my bell anymore since I no longer have a bodyguard. Hang on, there's one thing I can do to make this even easier. We are going to get a Silk Touch book and put that Silk Touch on my little axe hoe thing here. Specifically on the hoe head if we can manage, and we can. So now I can Silk Touch Skulk and Skulk associated blocks with the proper tool and do so faster. The disadvantage here, I suppose, that we're not breaking them at turbo speed. We are collecting them and just not getting the XP for doing so. But I'm basically okay with that. One thing that puzzles me about Skulk. What the Skulk Catalyst does is it like collects dropped XP, or maybe collects mob death and prevents the XP from happening in the first place. So how does it tell the difference between XP dropped by a mob and XP dropped by breaking Skulk blocks? Because it doesn't immediately reclaim the Skulk XP to expand the Skulk area. Just one of the game's little puzzles. I certainly won't turn down this free silver and gold while I'm here. Put that in the loot pack. Now our strategy here is going to be to sneak up on that Skulk Shrieker and just take it out. Because as I said in the beginning, there are several potential strategies for fighting a Warden, but the leading strategy is simply to don't. That's the best way to deal with a Warden. Just don't. They are not worth the effort. While I'm sure an argument could be made for killing a Warden being a sort of feather in your cap, it's just not worth it. It doesn't do anything for you. So we're going to wipe these death markers, good old shame clearing, and see if we can see more deep dark, and specifically a much larger deep dark. Looks like there's more deep dark in this direction. I'm seeing green to our southeast. Also hints of green to the south, and the south a little bit west. So basically I want to go more south. Watch out for loud noises that indicate that we are getting too close to some more shriekers. More sensors. How did I not find this region? Oh. Well, that's not good. Well, we've determined that while mobs taking damage is a sound, light spell being deployed does not count as a spell, or a sound. Of course, block breaking, still a noise. I should probably have some wool on hand to lock these things down. We have enough. Also, broom off my hotbar. It's not going to find much use in these claustrophobic caves. Let's not forget that our armor gives us the power to fly, which is also silent. I am seeing a lot of geoblocks flickering, but they are not on today's agenda. Oh. Well, hello there. We have created a small problem for ourselves. And the solution to this is to don't. I'll just hang out here until he preferably goes away, which is not happening. What is the range on his ability to sniff? It's clear he knows I'm here, but he also can't fit through there or do anything about my presence. Maybe if I backed way off, I could attack him. But that's just a bad idea. Just go away. We'll make him glow. That doesn't count as an attack. I think we're out of sniff range. No, we're apparently not out of sniff range. He's still very much interested in where we really are. And we're within his hearing range, so if we break blocks, he knows we're here. What if I do this? We'll just make a temporary little sound damping block field and dig straight back into this wall. And we'll make a very long tunnel where we can hit him from. Because he's still there. And not leaving. So the only real way to handle this, apparently, is to be at extreme range and snipe him from here. Hopefully we're out of range of that sonic blast. Though I'll find out soon enough. Good news, he's not shooting back. We have the cheese strat. Wasn't the intent, but we got a kill. And he dropped a Skullcat. Oh, and an Echo Shard. That's not in his drop list. Where did that come from? Well, let's disable this Shrieker in any case. Well, I guess we're looking at Gift Horse again. Oh boy. 8 Echo Shards to make a recovery compass to do something that my map mod does natively. I assume. I don't know what that could possibly do. Decompose into exotic dust. Let's not do that. That's a colossal waste. And its only real use for me is to upgrade the lamp, which is what I have it for. Well, unexpectedly, mission accomplished. And we still haven't found an ancient city. We have found more friends. Yeah, sure. If those creatures are going to be fixated on me, we'll just let our ally take them out. If you'll notice, These witch hunters have both elite and normal have a fascinating attack where they throw a splash potion of some kind and then use their crossbow to shoot the potion mid-air. And that's how they break it and cause it to splash. I think that's pretty cool from a flavor perspective. Certainly a new way to use alchemy to attack. And while it's, arguably cheating for an AI to have that, I'm sure the crossbow bolt doesn't actually fly and need to hit. I'm sure it just, it's scripted to have him fire the crossbow bolt and the crossbow bolt homes in on the flying vial or whatever. So it's not exactly as though the CPU is making a skill shot. But it is really nice from a flavor perspective. Just to show that that's something they do. So we're seeing more intermittent deep dark, more sensors. No more shriekers, though. And I'm just floating along through the tunnel so I don't make any noise. Just in case. If I was some other faction, this wouldn't be nearly as easy. Because I'm pretty sure none of the other faction armors grant flight. Could be wrong on that. And honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to check. I'm just a little occupied with the whole floating and throwing lights everywhere thing. Also, I'm pretty sure we are now too high up to find any scope. Negative 25 is not nearly deep enough. What is that area to our south? Is that what we're looking for? Deep slate, deep dark region, candle, huge blocks of candles. That's it. That's the ancient city. We just need to get there. Wall hacks by the power of map. Well, that's what the big drill spell is for. And that didn't take long. So, good news, we found our ancient city. Bad news, we found our ancient city. So let's see what we can sneak from here without overly disturbing the locals. Opening chests, I'm pretty sure, definitely counts as a noise. So I'm just gonna do a little of that. 2 more echo shards. Books, soul torches. We have that disc. We have a copy of that book. Breaking wool does not count as a noise. So here we go. Just gingerly and quietly cheesing the whole experience. Look at all those shriekers. One sound in that region. Instant warden. I think. I don't really know how it works. I know using the light spell is also kind of cheating because it doesn't count as a noise, and torches do. But frankly, with the power of the Warden, I will take any edge I can get. Oh boy. Look at this nonsense. I don't know if I can just drop wool on this one. Maybe we can. Nope. And he's popping up right next to me. Time to go. I'm just going to pretend I was never there. You know what we can do to really make this horror movie monster a joke? Pop shriekers at range. Sure, wardens can show up. But I don't have to care, because I'm way beyond their ability to do anything to. Warden now chasing bats. Better them than me. Oh hey, free skulls. Yeah, he's after that bat. Good work, you got it. I'm just gonna keep doing my thing far from him. Why is he taking damage? What? What is happening over there? Buddy? You alright? Oh, he's after another bat. Well, you enjoy yourself way the heck over there. I'm gonna steal your crap. Now, I thought wardens were only able to appear where the ground was dark. I don't know if I've been less than thorough in my lighting or what here, but they certainly are popping up where I have put lights. We'll steal another Shrieker. There were no other Shriekers for that to set off. Good. Two disc fragments. Fire protection and mending pants. Catalysts, and I don't really need that potion. We got these things, the sculk sensors powering the redstone lamps, and this, which remains as mysterious as ever. It's breakable. Technically. Technically breakable. It'll take forever to crack this. Though, maybe not if I use a break spell. Oh yeah, that cracks it. But it doesn't drop. even with a diamond break ring. Can reinforced deep slate be crafted? No. So I'm just destroying an irreplaceable block. I wonder, if I put Silk Touch in my offhand, can I then... Nope, that doesn't work. That destroys it. Good to know. So, Fortune transfers over if it's in your offhand, but things like Silk Touch don't. Also have all this Soul Sand, Soul Fire, tons of candles. The eternal mystery of the big... whatever this is. There's even a Shrieker on top of it. How are you going to summon a Warden way up here? Two chests. And more Shriekers than anyone knows what to do with. What an absolute mess this place is. Will this silence it? It did. I'm not hearing problems. Skulk and Catalyst, 2 enchanted golden apples. That's crazy. Now we try and do the same over here. I don't see any Skulk sensors on a higher elevation, so this should be quiet too. Fragments, berries, candles, more blood. I don't need any more saddles. I should have enough saddles. I could make reinforced legs with saddles, but that's about it. We're up to 4 disc fragments. How many does it take? 9. So we're still chest hunting around here. In the extremely disturbing horror biome. Made a little bit toothless by our ability to fly, but we still have to be mindful because the Warden is no joke. What's this? A very broken watchtower kind of structure. Looks like they had creeper problems. Thermonuclear creeper problems. Or we're just griefed by an unknowable amount of TNT. Either way, this looks like a perfectly safe chest. I have that disc. This one too. There's no skulk in this area. This is a free chest. Still missing pieces of that music disc. I just abruptly stopped flying. That could have been bad. This is just a smaller version of the giant circle thing. They're like effigies of the warden. Oh, diamond blocks. Hello, another chest. Looks like only one shrieker in the area. So we'll just take it out. Then it won't matter if the sensor hears us. Yep, sensor triggered, no shrieks. 2 more discs we know of. Bunch of other random loot. Wrong bag. Nothing within range of hearing that. I already got these. Where haven't I been yet? I went to enough trouble to find this place. There should be enough fragments to make a disc in just the one ancient city. Alright, chest. Absolutely surrounded by sensors. But no shriekers in sight. Unless the sound bounces up here and hits that one. Ward armor trim. Someday I'm going to have to do something with all these armor trims. Nonsense. Herobrine isn't real. Oh, this one is still detected somehow. And there's another warden. It's been so long. The trigger threshold should have gone down. would like to be able to see. There we go, out of blind range. Is the blindness range also his Sonic Shriek range? Either way, his blind range is huge. And I want that chest. How quickly can we snag this stuff? Because this is gonna make noise. There's another warden. They're not a threat if you just leave. Then they take offense to all the bats. You know, bats are over there. Not causing me problems. He's making weird noises, though. What is that noise? I've heard them do this before. They're just slapping the ground. Or each other. What is happening? What am I looking at? Well, I'm not about to go close enough to check their health values. No shriekers around here. Again, I don't need these regen potions. Here's another free chest. No skulk stuff up here. It's just a weird observation platform. There's disc fragments. Wait, is this the disc that this makes? No. We got a different disc. We're up to 7 pieces of it. Jeez, those wardens are loud. I get that the game doesn't want you to forget that they exist, but do they really have to shout loud enough for their sound to carry way over here? Ooh. I'll take a skull. Shriekers in the watchtower. 3 of them. That's a first. That should muffle the chest. It did. We just got that disc. So all the diamond horse armor you can stand around here. Look at that. 5 of them. Which I think is all that I've found down here. Because my other diamond horse armors at home are in a chest. And not the main storage system. Not seeing any shriekers around this chest. Just the sensor. So it might be safe. It was not safe. It is not safe and I need to go. See you around, buddy. Wait. He was above me. I got the chest from inside, from underneath where he is now. Here, have a bullet. Oh, he's coming. Oh Lord, he coming. He coming. Ooh! He's got good range on that. Yeah, go ahead. Play in the lava. As long as you stay in the lava and die. That may be, but he's not immune to these bullets. Problem solved. Freaking horror movie monster. More copies of records I have. And an efficiency 5 diamond hoe. Is certainly an interesting find. Not seeing any more. It really is. It's 5 nights in the Underdark. Oh boy. What is Automod up to? I was sure I turned him down. I also can't see him from OBS. I also can't see Automod from OBS. So, let me go have a look at what his problem is. The tool. Sheesh. Alright, we're closing on mod view. And I'm not seeing where it pinged you. I guess I should have had this open. I know, it's just dumb. You know, when we were talking the other day about golems and automation, and how you shouldn't automate anything that could possibly be a mistake, this is kind of what we're talking about. Ooh, an Infinity Book. Yep, a script does exactly what you tell it. Oh geez, eating makes noise. I did not know that. It's time to go. Alright, and without that Shrieker, there are no more Shriekers in range of this chest. Perfect. Unfortunately, there are no record shards in that chest, so it doesn't really help us. Look at how well lit that is when the cave wall in the back hasn't rested. This place looks so much better with some actual lighting. You know, see it. Oh boy, that is far too many Shriekers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have... Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to have a word with AutoMod when this stream is over. I thought he was potentially salvageable in case of some truly crazy dudes that could come in here, and I don't know, I just didn't want to have things... I didn't want to have nothing in place in the event that someone came in and started spamming racist garbage. Not that that's happened, but better to have a defense than not. And instead, he's just overly zealously policing sexual terms that aren't. Now, the thing about using the hoe on these Shriekers is that breaking a Shrieker makes a noise, and will trigger all of the other ones. So it's not really useful to smash them when there are so many clustered around. Unless I get really, really creative with wool again. Yeah, this is going to have to be surgical, like defusing a damn bomb. This one is isolated. We can take this one out. Check. I'll take my wool back. So not only is this the Five Nights at Freddy's biome, we're also now suddenly playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. This one's just a death sentence. There's nothing I can do about this. You put a Shrieker right next to a sensor, and there's really nothing you can do. Especially with all these other sensors. Like, there's a straight line from this sensor to that Shrieker through solid blocks. I can't block that. I can only try and prevent... And this one too. Straight line from this sensor to that Shrieker. So this pair of Shriekers here protect each other like very aggressive chess pieces. So all I can really do is place a wool barrier and prevent these protected sensors from being triggered in the first place. This one too. And probably these. Which one's the red wire? Oh, I didn't even see this one. Maybe I did on approach. Well, this will be a good test of all the wool. Can this one be defused? Alright, that's 2 down. And the chest is safe. These leggings are trash. But we successfully defused the landmine. Still no sign of our last 2 record fragments. And we are running out of unlit city. Still, Warden bomb defusal is at least a good bit of suspense. And we've gained at least 2 wizard levels in the process. Are there any chests we haven't opened still somewhere? Here's one. Does it have shriekers? I don't see any. Not above, not below, not around. This may be a safe chest. It was. Another diamond hoe with extremely good stats. We are down to our last 10 wool. And it really looks like this city is fresh out of chests that could give us those record fragments, so I may have to leave and be happy with what I've got. This is a dramatic area, though. This big, impressive hallway with a lead up to whatever the heck this is. The central feature. Flanking pillars, too. Ancient city is such a dramatic structure. I use a break spell to snatch back some of my wool, or is that noisy? It's not noisy to break, but it is noisy if one of the blocks bumps something. Yep, I think we've run out of city to loot. There is no more loot in the city. Still, we got what we came for. Plenty of echo shards. Which means we can go home and upgrade our lamp. And see what it picks up at its new level. Oh, another chest. In a ruined area with no skulk around it. So I don't have to proof this one. That's a lot of not what I want. Protection 4, fire protection, mending, and a bunch of other things. So I was mistaken about there being no more chests to loot. Maybe that was the last one. It's really hard to say. It's a very large area. And just looking at the mini-map, yeah, it's huge. With a bit of a confusing layout. Surely I've been all over this place by now. And can you imagine how difficult it would have been to light this much with ordinary torches? There's something under here. Lots of redstone. Oh. Redstone pistons to close this off. Yeah, I don't want to trip whatever sculk sensors are under the floor here. Look at all this redstone. Grass blocks? So I guess this is an illustration that redstone power does not flow through transparent blocks. Seems awfully late in the game to be telling someone that. That's a shrieker. I mean, this floor is all wool, so I could just land. Oh, is this the lectern? The lectern comparator thing? And target, piston, redstone block. Yeah, this is really late in the game to be showing off redstone tutorials. So that's a sensor with a comparator that has redstone going all over the place. This is lit because it's below the torch. So I guess this is supposed to be a toggle. What is this circuit even supposed to do? Besides go way over there for some reason. And probably close those doors. So this must be the door circuit. A bit poisoned by being so close to the Shrieker. Huh. So a small redstone tutorial in the scariest place in the game. Doesn't seem like a good learning environment to me. They're definitely fresh out of chests in this direction. Anyway, primary mission successful. Let me just warp home. We're done crushing here. Nice. And let's have a look at the take. Pants. Hose. More pants. More hose. A bunch of enchanted books. What do I do with all these diamond pants? I can strip these for mending. That one's got mending. That one's got mending. These are useless. And the diamond hose all have efficiency and fortune, and also silk touch, occasionally. But I don't need any of them. I can just enchant those myself. Let's wash off that curse. Get these into storage for eventual enchantment stripping. Not those. These. Horse armor goes in the storage system. I'm gonna need this. There were ores in here. Where? I must have taken them. That's the only explanation. And into storage you go. This guy doesn't seem to have accomplished very much while we've been gone. Hopefully there's more in the primary storage system that we're not seeing. Why are you spinning again? It looks like he is putting things in the wormhole. Or something. We'll just have to assume that he knows what he's doing. Because I certainly don't. Anyway. Upgrading the lamp. Echo Shard. Crying Obsidian. Afrit Essence. All the rest of this skulky nonsense can go straight into the storage system along with this disc. Next ingredients. Isnium pick, and 4 diamonds, and the Afrit book. Alright, adding a tier 3 miner to the work crew. And once we get that taken care of, the next level is another Eisnium pick. And another star. Do we have a spare nether star? Yes. Also a diamond pick, which we should have a few of. Heck, I have one right here. Which I suppose I don't need. Dragon's Breath, Totem, Lamp, Dragon's Breath, Totem, Nether Star, 4 diamonds, and 2 pickaxes. And that book. Wait a minute. I have the wrong pickaxe. I kept looking at the diamond pickaxe thinking that was the ingredient, but it's not. I need to plate it in netherite. Fortunately, I can do that. With my last netherite ingot. Smithing template. I know I have a netherite upgrade template. I've seen it. There it is. They're called smithing templates, and netherite upgrade is just part of the description. Look at all those. Ward armor, Vex armor, Rib armor, Eye armor, Wild armor. Alright, 2 picks. Dragon's Breath Totem, Nether Star Crystal. 2 picks, Dragon's Breath Totem, Nether Star Crystal. And the Deep Ore Miner, and the top tier book. That should be everything we need. So before we upgrade into the 4th level, let's see what the 3rd level can pull. Looks like gravel's back on the menu. Lapis, glowstone, 7.5% iron ore, 10% deep slate. Diamond ore is now up to 2%. Clay, back on the menu. Gold, other stones, still 0.5. Emerald is above 1. Nether gold, more redstone and copper. Gold, obsidian, I think that's the same as it's been for a while, 3%. I keep saying percent, it's not actual percent. Emerald ore, magma block. That seems like all the same things as this one. 7.5 iron, 2%. Aren't these numbers largely the same? Maybe diamond had a higher percent. Also, 6 pages as opposed to 9. Clay isn't here. So come on, what gives? What makes the Aphrodite miner better? Occasionally mines deep slate. And the top tier one has ancient debris and Eisnium ore in its pool. Let's have a look at that pool. Silver, gravel, coal, all the same numbers. Lapis Eisnium ore, 1%. But it can do it. None of the previous lamps could get Eisnium. Glowstone, same percentage as before. These look like a lot of the same numbers. Ancient debris, 1%. Also wasn't possible with previous lamps. Other stones, still 0.5%. Obsidian, still 3. It looks like nothing has changed, aside from Eisnium and ancient debris being in the loot pool. There are also the 2 hidden stats not mentioned in the raw numbers, and that is mining speed and speed of lamp degradation. We can't get that by looking at we can't understand those by just looking at the loot pools. But the top tier lamp is supposed to be the fastest and the slowest degrading. And I think this is our last major goal for the mod pack. And what else could we do with this one? We've got chipped blocks, normal, this is all. We'll start from the back actually. Easy villagers, we've got trading set up. Corel woodcutter. I never used this. Wasn't interested in wooden. I just put this in because it's a wood stone cutter. So if you want wooden stairs, you can't stone cutter wood stairs. So this allows you to make wooden stairs as cheaply as stone stairs. And we've got all the chipped stuff, that's all decoration blocks. No real progression or power here. Oh, where does it end? So much decoration. So many decorative blocks. This is over half of the pages of blocks in my mod pack. Then we get the chipped itself. Tetra. We've gone basically as far as we care to go in Tetra. Theurgy. We haven't done alchemical transmutation with Theurgy, but it's probably not that good. It just hasn't been necessary. The Theurgy ore multiplication pales before the kind of multiplication you can get from Genie Crushers. And it's the same dev. the same guy wrote Occultism and Theurgy. There's this block, which I haven't touched. The tool leveling table allows you to spend expensive materials and experience to upgrade enchantments beyond their normal limits. Just haven't used it. I mean, cranking a weapon up to looting 5 or something would be fun, but it hasn't been necessary. We haven't used the Theurgy divination rods to find materials because we have M&A spells for that. Storage drawers. They were useful early, and then were quickly made obsolete. Upgrades to the backpacks. Haven't messed with these. Haven't really needed them much. Though the chipped mason table was really useful when we started really building. And also can't ignore how powerful the anvil upgrade was. An anvil that you carry with you that doesn't degrade. What's not to love? I hate breaking anvils. Such a waste of iron. The backpacks themselves. I think my backpack is currently gold. It could go up to diamond. It could go netherite. I don't have all the storage in the world because I made an occultism storage system, making this obsolete. Occultism itself, occultism's own storage system, which I have on tier 1 stabilizers. There are 3 more tiers of stabilizer to make the occultism storage system even deeper. Haven't needed them. I've only used 1/3 of the current capacity. I am admittedly a little curious about the demon spouses. That's a new familiar summon. More occultism things. There's my target dummy. These are all. Now we're getting into M&A stuff. With the M&A drawn symbols, the M&A decorative blocks. We have gone as far as we can go with M&A. There's no more progression here. We are a max level mage. We're making golems for fun. I could learn more spells and make even stronger spells, but there's not much more up to go from here. We've even summoned the broker and learned that he has very little to offer us. Here's all the golem parts. Equipment and large wizard hat. Styled skull hat. These don't have crafting recipes. Fez. No crafting recipe. Tall cowboy hat. That is a Doug Dimmadome hat. That also has no crafting recipe. Where do you get these things from? Demon Lord sword, Demon Lord axe. The All-Father's axe is what the Rite of Odin is for. You summon a boss and can get this axe. I don't need that axe. I have a hammer. All the faction armors. What the heck? There's a Pumpkin King? Who drops a pumpkin staff? There's no indication in the mod of where this guy is or where he comes from. It says he can spawn anywhere, light level below 8. But, that's all you get, apparently. Haven't done anything with the charms. Never had Manatee. You got 2 more artifact weapons that I don't know how to get. You can turn a Skull Wand into an angry Skull Wand by giving it kelp eyebrows. What's the point? It's amusing, but what's the point? Then there's an artifact practitioner's pouch. No indication of how to get that. I also had the idea of making a Horn of the Conclave at some point, but haven't needed that either. Why summon a ton of allies when, I could make bodyguards? Here we see the other faction tomes. Demon Tome, the Undead Tome, the Fey Tome, my Tome, and the Unaligned Grimoire. And that's it for M&A stuff. Then we have a mod here that I haven't even touched. Handcrafted. Which I kind of put in the hopes that, some of my buddies would install the mod. Because some of the crew are really into home decoration. So I installed a mod that can just make a home really nice looking. It's not for me. I need a practical space. I don't need a sitting room in a mod like this. I just need a lab. Then we get into Evilcraft. With our box of closure and mob cookers. One thing we haven't done in Evilcraft is mess with biomes. It's possible to collect essence of biome and then throw splash potions that change the biome. Haven't really seen the need. I imagine it's good in a pack that has like bees that have to be in specific biomes, but that hasn't been a thing since Forestry, and I don't even remember what version Forestry died in. Evilcraft also supposedly has werewolves. Never saw one. It's got this effortless ring, which gives you... I think it gives you haste and things. Yeah, walk faster and more efficiently. Comforts was in. We had access to sleeping bags and hammocks. Never really needed them. We get into the fleshy mod, which I've built everything for. I've done all the science. Everything else is decorative blocks. And there's the fishing mod, which was a bit of a disappointment. Especially since the lucky pad, there's no indication of how to use the lucky pad. There's the Orly fishing rod. There's no indication of how to make that. You can make a mixed ore chunk. Why? It has no use. And then we get into what looks like vanilla Minecraft things. We are completely out of mod. So yeah, aside from actually putting this lamp to work, we've kind of done it all. Wait, it said what? Combine with a fishing rod for luck effect. And we tried that. Tried that in a crafting bench, tried that in an anvil. There was no way to combine it. So let's put this lamp and its 4-man crew to work and see what happens to our ore chest. That is definitely faster. That's a lot faster than the Tier 2 one. Let's clear this out and let him work. I do want to make an entangle spell for study, or whatever it was called. Wasn't entangle way up at Tier 5? That's why I haven't been able to do it yet. Yeah, entangle is way up at Tier 4. So we were looking for it in Tier 3. Does the zone shape still exist? Well, there's emanation, which is kind of zone. Beam is a spell laser. Bolt is touch at extreme distance. Bound tools, I don't see much use in. I've never been able to use these effectively. You have Bound Axe. I guess it works as a weapon and it triggers the spell on whatever you hit. Not much use as a tool, though. We've used Cone, we've used Chain, we've used Emanation. We haven't really used Focus much, but it's a tricky spell shape to get any effect out, if any effectiveness out of. Fissure, fun. Embers, not very useful. It's a good melee defense. That's about it. Projectile, obviously. Self. Sigil. I mean, you want to place some rune traps? That's how you get rune traps. Smite. You've seen a spell that does smite. Summon. Summon's always a nice effect. Don't have anything to summon, though. Touch. Wall. Zone isn't here. There's no more zone. It's just wave and then wrath. Zone no longer exists. Zone used to be a shape that was like emanation, but at range. So the way it used to work, and this was in this was back in Ars Magica 2, you could have a projectile zone spell. You could throw a projectile, and wherever the projectile hit, a circular AoE would appear that would persist for a few seconds. I guess that's why Zone no longer exists. It's just Emanation now. Because spells get one shape these days. Well, if there's any spell shape I want to learn, it's Wave. Which means I'll have to go looking for Coral Fans. And what do I want to do with this Wave? I also need to learn Entangle. Closest perpendicular axis. That doesn't sound useful. Unless it's maybe a break spell. I want it to go in the direction I'm pointing, not in the closest aligned to the blocks. Wave speed, wave size, wave duration, and entangle duration. So duration's a good component here. Radius is a good component here. And speed. And you can't have the entangle component in a channeled spell. Why not? Also, let's just appreciate this has a complexity of 105 all by itself. So I can't learn Entangle with a channeled shape. What other shapes do we need to learn? There's really no easy way to see what specific spell shapes we don't have. Probably the easiest way, and that's not even that great, is to come get our rote book, which will show us the shapes we do have, and then extrapolate the ones we don't by omission. Emanation, Wall, Touch, the Bound Tools, Fissure, Projectile Self. So there's no Wave, there's also no Sigil, which is an interesting option. Sigil Entangle will work just fine. I also didn't see Cone or Chain in there. But yeah, an Entangling Sigil works just fine. No use for speed here. Magnitude controls what the sigil will trigger on. Alright. Now let's have a look at the sigil shape in the book and see what that means. Magnitude 1, anything. Magnitude 2, anything living. Magnitude 3, players. Damage will always trigger the sigil. They can be made permanent by casting them on a metal ritual rune. Interesting. Recharged by a mana crystal. or by casting sigil spells on them. And you can cast invisibility on a sigil. That's neat. So semi-permanent, even permanent magical traps are possible. I don't know how long those caveats have been in. But we don't actually need magnitude here. There's no need for magnitude. Range would be nice, though. And we'll cook that up. Actually, looking through the mod list, specifically the tool leveling table, I have had a terrifying thought. What if we made our Fortune 5 even worse? Alright, how does this work? Place enough enchanted books in the left slot. Bookshelves around increase the chance of success. Special items in the right slot. This is different than I remember. That's not how it used to work. Now I don't know what to do with this thing. More raw copper, because that's just what we need. Don't have enough copper. It's not like I'm sitting on blocks and blocks and blocks of raw copper. You hear the robot patrols scooching around. Their rapid little feet running circles around the house. And with the lapis, that is the last of our ores from the previous miner. Lots of stuff here. Now the time it's taken us to do that, he's already farmed more than double what the last guy did, including 2 Eisnium. And he's barely damaged. Alright, I'm convinced. That's an upgrade. Alright, so this is our Sigil Entangle. We also need Wave something. And I don't know what. Wave Crystallize? Seems like a weird idea. But it could be worth learning the Crystallize component. Do I know the Crystallize component already? Yes, so I don't need a Wave Crystallize spell. Wave Animus would be funny, but there's a summon cap. It would only animate, up to 2 blocks. So there's little point in doing that. As much as an army of animated blocks would be hilarious, it just doesn't work that way. Wave Earth Sky to just lift tons of blocks into the air. Wave Fling. We haven't seen Ice Spike yet. Wave Web. How much web would that place? Or Wave Wither. Just melt some guys. It takes Wither Roses, though. We don't have any of those, I don't think. Which is actually kind of shocking, considering how long the Wither went nuts in the end and kept murdering things. Never created a Wither Rose. And there's no other way to create them than the normal way, of having the Wither kill things. So Wave Wither is out. I guess it's Wave Web. Just to create a huge mess. And here we'll need speed. Probably not duration. Have we memorized duration? It wouldn't show in here. Modifiers don't. We've memorized speed, so we don't technically need it. Still want it, though. We have not memorized duration yet. And we have memorized radius. Still, for a crafted spell, radius and duration will be helpful, so they can be modified on the fly. And we'll get this one cooking. Creating spells in M&A like this is a delicate balance between what is useful and what you can learn from. Learning is, of course, leveraging the rote system, so you can use the rote book to create more complex spells than the base system allows. But considering the expense of crafting a spell, you don't want to just create trainer spells that do nothing. Now let's see, what could we need here that we don't already have? I know I've got bows, trip hooks, there may even be a crossbow in the system. It needs 5 glyphs of any color, I'll have to make those. Arcane rune, water rune, and maybe some prevent and spider eye. Most everything else should already be in the system. Maybe magma cream. Let's get those runes made. Hey, patrol guy. Guard, there are mosquitoes here. Why are you paying no attention to the mosquitoes? Some guards you are. So they're not even attacking the one thing I set them to patrol for. Magma cream is in there. Bow, crossbow. Yep, we have samples of each. We have both types of arrow. Fermented spider eye. And daylight detector. Don't have any of those. Don't have any of those. What else might be tricky? The glyphs. I know I have plenty of leads too, because I keep murdering the trader. Don't take these. And that should be all the necessary components. So I just take a piece of vellum, get the spell copied over. It's going to need symbols. There we go, it's got all the components. So now it's the symbol phase. I was able to skip some because I have bottled symbols in the system. There is my entangle sigil. And here is my web wave. Which also needs to be crafted. The white glyph, the yellow glyph, another case of water and arcane runes. Some TNT minecarts, 2 marking runes. I can spare the marking runes from my own collection. How do I not have yellow dye? Ow. Another mosquito! What do I pay these robot guards for? I guess Sigil Entangle can look like this. Oh, better. Much better. We'll make a bigger sigil that has a much bigger trigger area, placed at a distance, and lasts 30 whole seconds. The trouble with bigger sigils is that they can be more difficult to place. Whoa, it's a party. Who wants to be entangled? Can anyone even get up here? Ow. Somebody managed it. And the sigil triggered on me. That's okay. I have a broom. I don't need movement speed to be able to move. Now the whole reason I came out here was to find some dandelions, because I am low on yellow dye. Now let's do this in the silliest way possible. By using Ore Seeker to highlight them. Are there dandelions in the area? Yes. Poppies are nice too. Is there a way to farm flowers? Or is it just bone mealing the grass and hoping you don't get grass? Because M&A has a very high demand for dye. Actually, while I'm asking this question, is there another source of yellow dye? No. Dandelion, sunflower, the trader, and the village mason chest for some reason. I miss faint amaranth. It was a plant that grew exclusively at high altitudes, provided by the Astral Sorcery mod. But Astral Sorcery hasn't been seen since 112. So many amazing mods just haven't kept up. And while it's always possible to go back to older versions of Minecraft and just play them, that's not always appealing to, well, people other than me. There are still some indispensable mods back on 1.10 and even 1.8, which was a much neglected version, that I still happily go back to every now and again. That's right. I can now make as many glyphs as I want, because I'm silk touching stone. There. Now I'm not going to run out of blank glyphs anytime soon. And the funny thing is, the two mods I'm alluding to, on 1.8.9 and on 1.10.2, same author, who has kind of been lost to us. He quit modding a while back. I'm not personally sure of his reasons for having done so, but they are his reasons, and he is not interested in being contacted to come back. Anyway, we still need water and arcane again, and I need to find some coral. So where do we find coral? Pretty much exclusively in lukewarm oceans. Or warm oceans, one of the two. I'm not sure. Wait a minute. Okay, he's fine. I thought he had stopped and then started making another one, which I did not prepare him to do. Anyway, off to the lukewarm ocean in the hopes of finding coral. May as well grab plenty while I'm there, because it's a long trip. Hang on. How often do you see pointed dripstone on the outside of a mountain? I mean, sometimes you see cavernous holes into dripstone caves, but I've never seen dripstone caves outside. Some days World Gen just needs to chill. A lot of red flowers over here. How is this field of red flowers so dense? Maybe because it's a meadow biome. Almost certainly because it's a meadow biome. Maybe if I made like an emanation gust spell or something, I could have a spell that just sweeps up all the available flowers. Also, have I been in here? Yes. Carry on, useless building. This isn't even new territory yet. I've been this way. Haven't been in here, though. Dust, a mind control page, some gold legs, and an unknown spell. And 2 more unknown spells. And a potion for my belt, which I've never drunk a single one of them. Let's see what these spells do before nightfall. Chain Night Vision. worse than useless. I can give night vision to a cluster of other creatures. They'll never notice. Let's just use it till it breaks. The stone can have night vision. Next up, Beam Frost damage. That could actually be kind of potent. Beam is a good spell shape. Also seeing a guardian thing over there, which we're not that great underwater. Where is the war motion? I'm seeing plenty of wake blue. Just water flowers as far as the eye can see. This change in watercolor might be what we're looking for. It is. And while it is what I set it to look for, it's not what I need. Because there's no coral here. So it appears I am wrong, and coral is war motion. Which is another 2 kilometers this way. We will beam frost damage the ocean, which does nothing. Oh, it certainly freezes a whole bunch if I actually hit a block. We have made Iceberg. Feel the wrath of my frost laser. What is this light source? Glow lichen. Underwater glow lichen. You don't see that very often. Mostly because you aren't poking around underwater very often. We're in new-ish territory now. So maybe this thing has loot chests. It does have one. With gold, iron, and bones. Closing on the war motion. At least there will be no need to make a return trip because we have many ways to teleport. based on the map coverage, I think we've been in that shipwreck. Glowstone. This is an occultism otherworld pocket on the surface. I've never seen that before either. Normally they are very much underground. Well, here we have our warm ocean, which has sea pickles as expected, but no coral. It's also a very small warm ocean. It's just this little strip with the sea pickles, and not a single hint of coral anywhere. And this is all the way back. This is all the way by the desert we usually go to. More lukewarm ocean in the area. Little underwater structure. Sometimes there's tridents in there. And this is a third ocean temple. Some weird lights down here. Demon's Dream. Well, that tells me it's probably an Otherworld Grove down there. Gold, bone, 2 more wild trim templates. There has just been no sign of coral anywhere. Is there a way to get it that I'm missing? Nope. No crafting recipes, no purchasing from the trader. You can buy coral blocks. But largely, no. Coral must be found in the wild. In a specific type of ocean that has to be big enough. Got a map? You know It can go with our other map we're ignoring. Also, I don't need a boat anymore. Not really. No additional map in here. We're just trawling the ocean, looking for coral. Nothing else is of any value. If I search again for warm ocean, does the distance change? Yes. Slightly. In the exact same direction. That is pointing right back here. Doesn't help. Two iron, 4 bones. What a loot chest that was. What is this building? Oh, it's one of those icy towers. A lot of the ice has apparently melted. We can still take dust, a gold grabber arm, and really nothing else of value. Unless there's something else upstairs. Pages. Don't need projectile, but we could use it for thesis. Or Earth Sky. I could learn Disjunction. I can't learn Damage. And I can learn Summon. So it's not a matter of the ice all melted. It's more a matter of it spawned in a lake. I don't think I'm going to find a warm ocean anywhere near an ice biome. And the closest warm ocean is still the one we don't want, because it is small and useless. More gold, more iron, more of these trim templates. Ice spikes. There's a rare biome. Got all the polar bears here. And a village. A village way out here in the snow. A village where someone has a paper-based profession. It's a cartographer. I don't think we need cartographers anymore. Now, another thing we could do, technically, is summon a magical trader with one of the very early rituals, and buy location patterns, and use the ritual of locating to find a warm ocean. The problem with that is that it's literally no different from using the Nature's Compass to do the same thing. So it would just point us to the same warm ocean biome that isn't helping. Okay, we are now 3.5 kilometers from the bad warm ocean. And the closest one I can find is still the same one. It's looking more and more like there is exactly one warm ocean on this entire world map. And that's a bit irritating. I usually avoid installing biome mods for exactly this reason, and I don't even have any biome mods. And I still can't find the biome I need with the blocks I need that are unique to that biome. 4.5k away. That's still the only war motion. This entire vast map just seems to have no coral on it. Which means the wave spell shape is simply inaccessible to me. We've even got a cherry blossom biome here. And this looks like a council structure. Yeah, this is where I could do the ritual of contacting the council to fight the council thing. And the guys that spawn in here are my friends. See, monster spawner, witch hunter. My ally. That is still the same direction. Another unknown spell, more mana potion 2s, and some more theses, or at least pages. Which I can casually examine while the local witch hunters take care of any problems for me. Can't read. Can't. Can. Don't feel. Feel. Now, how do we get further down? Here we go. Spellbreakers. Also my friends. A free codex. which I don't need, and some more pages. Don't feel, and don't feel. So these I can use to make more theses, or not theses, greater magic motes. Also, I should definitely mark this place. Because this is the first time I've seen my own faction stronghold. I guess it's a council hall? I don't know what to call it, but that's what I will call it. And I need to take a brief pause from the disappointment of no coral. So I'll be back in just a little bit. We'll pause on this screen, and I'll see you shortly. So while I was away, on that brief and unavoidable intermission, I learned something. Did a little bit of research on the coral problem, and apparently you can bone meal the sea floor in a warm ocean biome and get coral. So we need to go all the way back to that warm ocean biome and start playing with the sand. Don't think I've been in this one. Nope. New stuff. A little bit of dust. And some pages. And some more pages. Can't learn, can't learn. I'm just looking at the first letters of these, so if it says you feel like you could learn something, it goes in the top row. If you don't feel you could gain any more knowledge, it goes in the bottom row. Either this beam spell is awful or it's just not effective from Broomstick. Which honestly, it might just be the Broomstick. Excuse me. At this point, I have so many wild armor trim templates that I could outfit a small army. I'm honestly surprised that none of my magic mods are asking for, like, goat sacrifices, goat horns, and horse armor components. Because we need practically everything else. If nothing else, sacrificing a goat would at least be thematic. That's a lot of dust. An iron blade. Potion I can use. Another spell. More dust. More spells. And an iron fishing arm. I thought some of these might stack. Just one, though, it seems. That used to not be legal. In earlier versions of the mod, a sigil that was too large to fit somewhere couldn't be conjured there. Very glad that's been fixed. Because it made larger sigil spells, which you'd expect to be a disadvantage, or to be an advantage, much more difficult to actually use. We just keep hitting loot house after loot house. I can't freeze this over, because this isn't just water, it's waterlogged. And that has a pickle in it. 3 diamonds in a chest. Pretty good. We're almost there. Not too much further. Finally. Next unknown spell. Smite Possession. That is completely useless. Touch Break. That is archaic. I outgrew that a long time ago. Self-Fossilize. You know, technically speaking, Self-Fossilize could be used to fight a warden pretty effectively. Let's go get the description of what Fossilize does. So, sorcery, Fossilize. Powerful magic, double-edged sword, greatly fortifies me against powerful blows, but makes my defense much more brittle against smaller attacks. All incoming attacks cannot do more than 4 damage, but also will not do less than 4 damage. It's undead specific though, so we're not getting that. We're not going to be able to make that on our own. Which I guess is one thing that makes having the spell stabs useful. But imagine that. Damage fixed to 4 against a warden that normally does absolute truckloads of damage with its powerful single attacks. So that spell staff could have some applications. Maybe. It's kind of niche, since I don't directly plan to fight wardens anytime soon. And we'll probably forget about that spell by the time I do. Wave Bind Wounds. It's an interesting one. Also complete garbage. Touch Blind. Mobs don't care about blind. Emanation felled oak. Well, you want to nuke some trees, that's how you do it. Is that coral? It's just north of where the failed coral was. It's been here the whole time. The coral harvest is bright and colorful. Sigil entangle on a staff. We just made that. I also do want to try the bone meal thing, just to confirm that for myself. Yep, that is coral, alright. In addition to seagrass. So this is mission successful, and time to go home. With all that coral, we should have everything we need for this spell. Oh yeah, the TNT carts. There they go. And we're at the symbol stage, which means all ingredients have been taken. And now we have Wave Web. I guess that'll have to do. We'll max out its speed, give it more width, give it some extra height. And test fire. You like web? That is some web. what an absolute menace of an entangling spell. This just shuts down a whole area. None may walk this way. Whoosh. It doesn't do any damage, but it's terribly inconvenient for everyone involved. And I can hold it for a long time, so it almost doubles as a signal flare. That is a pillar of web. Yikes. I don't think it needs to be channelable for quite so long. Yeah, that's more than enough. 2 seconds worth of web cloud. Yeah, that's plenty. Oh, and I still have that Sigil Swarm spell that I haven't done a thing with. It summons bees! Bees! Are the bees useful? Signs point to no. Alright, Emanation Felled Oak. We'll bring it over to where there's a whole bunch of trees. Doesn't have much radius. And it seems to only work on one tree at a time. But it is the fastest way to clear cut practically anything. Oh, one of my swarm bees came back. I could make like a really big wave wave felled oak and just wipe out a forest. What was that noise? What died? Anyway, more spells to test. Fissure Blink. You know, that's not a horrible idea. Wait, yes it is. Because in order for Blink to be useful, at least to me, it has to be cast on self. What Fissure Blink does is allows me to, bam, teleport others. Oh, but this is interesting. I didn't know Fissure did this. So it goes out along the ground, and if you turn, it moves. And its distance is also a little bit determined by how vertically I'm looking. Fissure's a cool shape. But this spell in particular is still useless. What else I got? Touch, Mana Shield, Heal, Haste, Shield. That's a whole lot of buffs for not me. Speed, Resistance, Mana Shield. Defends the crap out of it. Making my 9 attack damage Butcher Knife do about 2 damage a hit. The Warhammer does 4 because the Warhammer has a minimum damage of 4. What is the next spell? It looks like it's on one of those skull wands. Focus Impale. Well, that's kind of fascinating. It means I can draw this wherever I want, and then mouse can be able to change its range, kind of. Welcome to Spikeville. Population spike. Is it useful, though? I don't think so. Because in order for Impale to have a function, it has to hit a target and launch them into the air, so they fall onto the spikes. The spikes by themselves do very little. Next candidate. Wrath Earthsky. That is certainly an interesting spell. Ice Elevator. I live up here now. We just lifted a whole bunch of ice and rock into the air. It's certainly a way to cause a lot of commotion. Just a bunch of mysterious floating garbage up there now. Next candidate. Sigil Shrink. I am become teeny. And casting it again removes the effect. Wait, reduced for infinite duration? Excuse me? Someone's gonna have to explain to me why... What's this? Why are they fighting each other? Why has my farmer just murdered my guard? Why is my farmer out in the field getting murdered? This is way off his patrol path. Well, I've just lost all my golems. Including the one with the mana cannon. He's gone too. Oh, that was the guard. So, yeah. Wicker Farmer, gone. Mana Cannon Guard, gone. Why? They shouldn't even have been that far out. They definitely shouldn't have been killing each other. I guess Mana Cannon must have been attacking something and accidentally shot the farmer, which caused the farmer to assume Mana Cannon was hostile. But the long and short of it is, I am now completely without friends. Except for the smith. The smith is fine. He stays in there and does his job. Alright, now tell me about the shrink spell and why its duration was infinite. When a Fey wizard casts the spell, the duration is permanent and toggled. So that means this staff was made by a Fey wizard. We have one more skull staff. Ember's Watery Grave. I guess that's a useful spell if I'm fighting things underwater. Watery Grave just makes it impossible to swim upward. That's it. That's the spell effect. And then our last unknown, Fissure Gravity Well. I think Gravity Well makes it impossible to jump or fly. Of course, it doesn't work on phantoms, which you would want it to work on. Alright, let's get all these junk wands burned. Also, I wanted to upgrade this thing. So, the gem, a nether star, and purified dust. That is eternity, time, eternity. We'll set that there to charge. You can use the crystal and not my reserves. And I have some studying to do. Nice. I have a bunch of pages I can't use. And a bunch of golem parts that I am suddenly in great need of. Because all my guys died. That's all the loot from here, except for these treasure maps. I still haven't done a thing about. Oh, I need to look at my ore miner, because I've been going for a long time. He has not been destroyed, but he's close. Let's get that fixed up before I lose its very expensive construction forever. We'll put this skeleton marrow away in the squishy room, and then have a look at what our tier 4 ore miner has pulled in all this time. That nearly destroyed it. That's pretty impressive. You've got 13 Isnium, 13 Ancient Debris, over a stack of both types of redstone, lots of diamonds and emeralds, almost a half stack of glowstone, tons of coal, iron. He's been busy. He's been very, very busy indeed. And with that, he's fully repaired and ready to continue when I feel like putting him back to work. That is why we went to the Woodland Mansion and to go find the ancient city. For that ton of ore. This guy is still mining and adventuring and doing things. Yeah, the only way I can think of to process most of that ore is to do it by hand with the Fortune 5 pickaxe. Alternately, I could set up a dispenser and have a golem do it and break block, but they wouldn't have fortune. And of course all my golems are now dead. I don't know if I can enchant their pieces, and I don't know if it does anything when they're built. Let's see, hammer arm, uses. Yeah, there's no enchantability here. There would be a forge tab. Or an anvil tab showing all the books I could put on it. All you can do is flip them. Really miffed about losing Farm Boy, though. He was pretty active. Much more miffed about losing the guard. He was expensive. Farm Boy killed him. I only have a guess. I was flying around playing with staves, so that's what all that nonsense is. That was an Earth Sky spell. And right here, I saw Farm Boy beating on the guard until the guard was executed. Based on this frozen projectile, I can only assume that the guard was shooting an aerial target and hit Farm Boy, who was also patrolling at the same location, which probably made the farmer assume that the guard golem was also hostile and started beating the tar out of him until he died. And then the farm bot ran over here where there were some faction mobs and got killed by them. So they kind of wrecked themselves. Yep, Farmer was too weak to be a patrol bot, and I guess ranged patrol bots aren't just a bad idea? Also, they can friendly fire and is distinctly unfriendly. So now I have to replace them both. This thing is almost full, which is kind of terrifying. So if I ever need more nether stars, not a problem. Yeah, I only have 7 groves. And of course, I also have another 100 buckets of blood in my own pocket from the mobs that I've been fighting. I just haven't paid attention. That's my own personal stock. So we'll dump all that in there. Yeah, losing our golems really hurts. This is a lot worse than losing the scrap guy. And we have so many fishing and fluid pieces. Gold basic head really doesn't do anything for us because gold has bad stats. The only time a gold head is good is when it's a smart head. So that can be burned. Gold basic legs, again, gold is not a good part material unless it's being used for high tier arms or a smart head or magic. So I think we need to replace our dead friends with some completely new custom friends. The blade arm and the grabber arm are fine. We can go ahead and use these. We're going to need another smart head, so he replants what he harvests. And I guess he can use the basic legs, because he shouldn't be in combat. He's just a utility guy. Actually, no, I'm burning the gold legs. Burning the gold legs. Need 2 rods for the legs. You get to work on that. And I think these parts can just be wood. They don't need to be special. Wood is faster moving, not very combat worthy, but he's not going to be. I'm not going to put him back on guard. We are stripping out his patrol instructions. And we will be returning him to move and wait. I keep closing that door too quickly. Now, he needs a smart head, so he replants. It doesn't need to be a sophisticated smart head. And wood offers faster regen and doesn't have an increased instruction register size, which he doesn't need anyway. It could just as easily be stone. Which really doesn't make him any more expensive. Technically makes him less expensive. That way he can have a little bit more resilience. You can have his legs and torso be wood. So I need a mode of magic for the smart head. I'll need this for mana weaving in general. Stone, 2 Vintium, and the headpiece, right? Exactly. Diamond, circle are our symbols. Stone, smart head. Very easy and simple. Torso. He needs a storage torso. It can be a wooden storage torso. 3 logs, 2 Vintium, and a chest. Move the legs. They only need to be basic. Oh, that's funny. Wooden basic legs don't even take, they don't even take construct frames. It's a log and 2 sticks. That seems like an oversight. He definitely doesn't need rocket or ender legs. Neither of those would benefit. And if we do the wooden basic legs, he'll be just fine, just as effective at his job. And we get to save the more expensive purified Vintium hip parts for our guard replacement. And there we go. Oh, I'll need my bell to command him. I don't know why it's a bell. That seems like some kind of lore I should know about golems in general. Because this is a silver bell. And back in Thaumcraft, it was also a bell. We get our rope wrench. And reassemble our farmer, who is just a bit tougher than he used to be. No more wicker wood here. He doesn't need earth. What he needs is air and possibly ender. So we'll start by making him faster. And then, what else? He probably doesn't need ender because he has a storage torso. Let's see here. Air is move speed. Arcane improves magic capacity. He has no use for that. Earth, armor and toughness. He shouldn't be in combat. We don't need carry capacity for his hands because he has a storage torso. I'm kind of curious if giving him fire will make him automatically cook, say, potatoes in the harvesting, but it's not worth experimenting. Water gives him increased perception. I didn't notice that line. So he can have a couple of water. But mostly we want to stick with air so he does his job quickly and efficiently. Welcome to the farm. Come with me. His walk animation makes it look like I'm holding him back, like he's faster. Like he would be faster without me. Interact with farming directions, and off he goes. He's got a lot to do. The farm has grown quite overgrown in the absence of his predecessor. Next up, we need a new guard, which means we don't even need these hips, because we have diamond legs, and his obsidian-bladed arm was retained. You know what? I don't want the obsidian-bladed arm, though. No, we're going to make his successor even worse. He needs a horn head. All these horn heads look alike. think this is all the rods we need, because these are going in his arms. But we need another... Oh, we're actually out of torsos. An arm and a torso, or sorry, a head, a torso, and then 2 more of a shape I don't actually have. I also don't have a torso shape. Which, there's a perfect good reason for that. And the reason is that I can buy torsos downstairs. Let's get some silver. You will give me torsos. Apparently I need to transmute some more silver. And you will give me 2 axe heads. We're gonna make another angry axe murderer. There's a head, there's a torso, there's the spare torsos. Don't need any of this metal now. Get that iron armor torso back on him. Oh, Mode of Earth. Defense rune. Forgot about the defense rune. That's about to break. Have him prepare to replace it. Get it done. I should have Motes of Earth. Check. Note block. 3 iron. Did not make any spare note blocks. That's fine. Why do I have so much dark oak? It's because of the mansion. That gives us our iron horn head, so he can have aggro and be the best guard he can be. Here's our defense rune for the torso. That's another 3 iron, 2 Ventium. This also means that he's just a patroller and has no need of checking his mana level, because he won't have one. And we're giving him crazy damage, but hamstringing his health a little bit by giving him Obsidian Axe Arms. Get off the altar, you silly bird. Axe right arm, axe left arm. We're ready to build. We give him 2 earth, and he shouldn't need much more than that. We'll give him water for increased perception and slowing attacks. We'll make it 3. And then he's so heavy, he's gonna need air. I also want to sneak fire in here somewhere, but I don't think there's a way to pull that off. You know, maybe he doesn't actually need earth. He should have enough defensive damage from his raw parts. And if he needs more, the the plus 1 or 2 points from Earth won't do it. Let's go, guardsmen. This is your patrol route. I think he got the Phantom somehow. Just from the ground, he took a swing and knocked it out. It's pretty clear that I just don't need some of the stuff that I'm carrying. Which I'm still going to carry because I'm a shameless pack rat. It's just going to go in other storages so I don't think about it nearly as much. Yep, I hate losing and wasting resources. So I've got to keep everything. Cook more chicken. Processing the ancient debris will be the most interesting thing because it's not efficient, given our mod set, to just blast it and process it normally. It's so much better to liquefy it into netherite sulfur. Which, we explained this last time. Blasting netherite scrap just gives you scrap, and it's 4 scrap and 4 gold to make an ingot. Alternately, I can incubate 1 alchemical sulfur directly into an ingot for times 4 ancient debris efficiency. Or I could use the netherite scrap to conjure a possessed hoglin and get netherite upgrades out of it. Which I suppose is also a very good idea, since I don't have any more of those currently. So what am I going to do with netherite if I don't have a netherite upgrade template? Not much. Certainly not this. There's a razor armor trim. does that even mean? Where does that come from? I can copy it. Terracotta. Is this an archaeology thing? Is that where you get these? Anyway, back to what I was looking at, which was the uses of netherite. That's a pretty scary amount of mineral fragments. Exigent charm damage. I don't think they are. And the reason I don't think they are is because at the very bottom of the tooltip you can see it says Minecraft, which doesn't always. Sometimes it fails, but at least 85% of the time, if it just says Minecraft, it's a vanilla item. The bottom of the backpack tooltip says sophisticated backpacks because that's the mod it's from. But yeah, unless it... The only way that this could be a mod item is if it was still using the vanilla smithing template and it was just adding extra NBT data to it. That would still show us a Minecraft item. But I'm not sure that's what's happening here. It certainly could be. But I don't think that's the case. And I guess terracotta is how you copy all smithing templates, so that wasn't a hint. Well, there are just more templates that exist than we've found, and there's very little indication of where they're found. Netherite is used in the summoning horns for the demons and the undead, and it goes into alchemy. That's it. That's what netherite is for. Upgrading. It has no other real purpose that I care about. And there's this charm. Contingent charm damage upgraded to exigent. Oh. 2 netherite upgrades all the charms to exigent. And that's what netherite does at the Eldritch Altar. Alright, more chicken. Slightly too much chicken. Looks like the farm is all taken care of. You can grind that down. Torsos. He doesn't move too fast. That could be a disadvantage. But he's certainly doing his best. Our smart guy here needs to notice the melon so I can see how fast. That's a pretty good walking speed. We got a good one there. Alright, made a couple of pretty decent golems there. So many gold parts, this is ridiculous. Oh yeah, this is our fisherman's instruction set. Fisherman's still alive. What do we want to call our guardsman? Because I'm thinking of making another golem and doing the what's my name thing to save on lodestars. It does technically repair this. Surely it's not supposed to because it stops immediately. But it will repair the sight unguent. Let me make sure the condition has name thing. Here we are. We'll check if the construct's name matches the name of the given item. Success if it is, failure if not. So yeah, we can create instruction branches by naming our golems. do. There. You are Hatchet, therefore you patrol, and you missed the mosquito again. What did I build you for? Now for not Hatchet, we're going to be using the tank torso and one of these fluid nozzles. This will probably fail. I've tried this before. Didn't work out. Wooden grabber arm doesn't need any rods. Wooden legs don't need any rods either. Or this hip. But he is going to need a head. Another one of these things. Where'd it go? There it is. They're everywhere. I thought I had more of this. Out of barrels. Okay, so here's what this is about. I want to, again, try and automate turning leather into vellum. Hasn't worked in the past. It's just deleted the leather for some reason. Alright. If you are not a patroller, we need a ledger. Is there leather in the barrel? If so, we don't want to connect that yet. If so, we take leather from the barrel, and then use the leather on the cauldron. And after that, we place items back in the barrel. has fluid level. I'm pretty sure this is the golem's own fluid level. Condition. Huh. It's not listed here. Need to gather fluid from source blocks. Is fluid in container. And place fluid in container. Alright, are you 75% full of water? If not, then collect water from the block specified. If the golem is full of water, then does the cauldron have water? If it does, then check for leather, do the thing, and if it doesn't, then put water in the cauldron. And if none of these things are true, then we're going to water some crops. Because, hey, he's going to have water. Why waste it? Command water plants. The larger the area, the more water is required. Nether wart and wheat seeds at the two corners. Now, will this need to be a smart head? 1, 2, 3, or 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this caps out at 7 instructions, which a basic head can handle up to 8. So this guy does not need to be smart. And we didn't even need the head stencil. Well, I'm going to put 16 leather in the barrel and see if he turns it into 32 vellum. If not, then the experiment is once again a failure. Doesn't water give him more? Yeah. Plus 10% fluid capacity per point. Also buoyancy, which he will need because he's part stone. We explicitly do not want Ender, because he has to have a carry capacity of 1 in his hand. And he won't need really anything else. Just water. Fully tuned for water. Let's get that bell. Reminds me of golems. What advancement is that? Have I made enough golems for a special achievement? Anyway, use that instruction set. He is filling his tank. Perfect. It's working. He's out of leather transfer and doesn't have enough water. He's supposed to refill himself if he doesn't have enough water. Why isn't that working? This condition must be broken. He's a sprinkler! He's not filling his tank, though, which is annoying. He's explicitly instructed to fill himself up to 100% water and not do anything else unless he's managed it. This condition must not be correct somehow. What if I turn this all the way down? Maybe it's reversed and it's how much water he doesn't have. I don't know. Something's not right about that instruction. Nope, now he's just complaining that he's out of water. So back to 100% on this. Maybe he needs a bigger pool to get water from. Which we can do. So I can gather water from the entire pool, and not just that one block. Because that may have been the problem. That he got water from the one block, and then... No, he's still not full, and he's going to the sprinkler destruction. So I don't know what his problem is. But he's doing his job, which should be enough, even if he's not completely filling his tank. We don't have to worry about his diagnostics anymore. Although, I am still curious about his diagnostics. I want to know what his buoyancy value is. Can he float? Buoyancy 31. Yeah, he can swim like a fish. Yep. There goes our airhorn guard trying to get the phantoms. The fact that it's just an air horn stapled into his face is just hilarious. Sprinkle on, buddy. Sprinkle on. The wheat farm might be getting a little bit out of control. 1,500 wheat. Maybe it's time I introduced some potatoes into the farm. Maybe a row of carrots, too. Also, Fisherbot. We've been ignoring him for a long time. He's been busy. You should not have seeds in your hands. You should have put those away. That's okay. I am calling a meeting. You. Move this way. You too. This is an all hands. Everybody pile into the longhouse. One more to go. This guy's real slow. Space out a bit. That looks good. Oh no. I don't have it. I was so sure I had the record. Maybe it's in here. I don't have the disc. How do I simply not have the correct music disc? I was sure I must have picked it up by now. Ah, that's why. It has a different name. So these two are extras. So, the reason why I gathered everyone together is because they have a special interaction with the Mana and Artifice music disc. And it has to be seen at least once. Hello? Hello? Where'd it go? I put the disc in the jukebox and it vanished. Well, that's why we have cheats enabled. Because sometimes the game just borks up like that. Alright, let's try this again. It's gone. That disc works. It doesn't make him do the thing, though. Get in the jukebox. Why won't you function? There isn't a specific record player. It's always worked in jukeboxes before. There is one other thing I can do to try and force the issue. Though I don't know if it'll work this way. I have a record player upgrade for my backpack that I've been sitting on forever. It's working! Robot Rave! may occasionally change dance moves, but this will go on for as long as you let it. I guess technically you were right. I better destroy this book, just jukebox. Oh, I'm still in creative. That's fine. Jukebox destroyed anyway. What's that noise? Well, the Death Cap wins. Alright, so it doesn't work in jukeboxes anymore. Some kind of bug at work. But we bypassed it by the power of, once again, cheese. Now I've got to get everybody back to work. Let's start with the Fisher. Wait, he's already back? No, I definitely heard him casting a rod. He is. He's just a little stuck. Minor pathing issue. You've got ender legs, buddy. You should be... Why do you have ender legs? What? I don't remember giving Fisher Guy ender legs. They must have been scrap. These obsidian ender legs would be much better placed on, say, the guard. Come here, Fisher. I'm taking your legs. I don't have any spare legs. I can temporarily give him teeny silly chicken legs. These will be pathetic and insulting, but I just need some intermediary legs, otherwise I can't remove his. So there you go. Goofy legs. Not another one. We'll make make him full ender because it doesn't matter. And now if you would just waddle over here for the moment, please. I saw that. Would you follow for a minute? Because we have something to kill. Or I guess it's been taken care of. Ender legs for the guard. Use a couple of water. I am going to get the fire on him. And then some air to increase his patrol speed. And we will give him earth because he's now part of Obsidian, and that will make him weaker. So he needs better armor. Hopefully he keeps his name. Yep, he is still hatching. Excellent. You follow. And you get back on the gantry. And you can have these legs. Well, do you need these legs? No, you are perfectly stationary. You can keep the silly chicken legs. We'll give you some water for buoyancy. And some air for speed. And that's it. You now have silly chicken legs. You will also follow me. Mr. Chicken Legs can wait right here until I activate his instruction set. And you can wait back here where your patrol route begins. And begin the patrol. which leaves Farmer. Waterer, who I should really add an instruction here so he stands on that barrel. Oops, don't shift click. Shift click to select constructs. Normal right click to execute commands. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the maximum instruction size he'll have to deal with. Which is good, because that's his cap. Who else do we have to reassign still? Ah, yes. Our adventurer. Just follow. It'll be easier. You are definitely not supposed to be down there. How did this happen? Well, however he's swimming, he's still 5, so there's no problem there. And he should have a ridiculous buoyancy level still, so I'm not concerned about him drowning. Now he goes right back to work. And everyone is back to business. That's a lot of rabbit's feet. I remember saying I didn't have that many rabbit's feet at one point. And there's just been a whole bunch in this chest. More rune patterns. And all is well. Everyone's back to work. How many more Tetra Scrolls are there? It doesn't say. Because the schematics are all, well, they're mostly NBT data. But apparently if I find a guild scroll, I can combine them to upgrade it. And they are sold by armorers and found in all kinds of places, but mostly bastions. I think I need an armorer. That's not why I searched that. What's missing? Oh, because it's the auto trader. I don't want that one. We'll just get a few more trader blocks going. Here is your blast furnace. You're an armorer now. Buying coal is not a bad trade. We also need to put him through the ringer. So, away you go. To improve your commercial prices. And we'll have those at the ready in case we need any more villager traders. How's the Eisnium doing down here? That's really nice. Let's get this Eisnium smelted. Pretty sure it doesn't double, but no harm in trying. Nope, 16 to 16 as expected. So we'll use the fast one. In theory, I could have a golem with grabber arms do this too. Just take any available dust out of the wormhole, stick it on here. But there have to be sane limits on how much you automate. I could do it too. It would be easier than dealing with the occultism machine operator. And we have so much dust that needs to be smelted. Copper, gold, iron, silver. I may need another golem. He only needs to be stone. Head, torso, hips. A grabber arm. And then his left arm is kind of irrelevant. Should have given our guard a shield instead of dual axes, as hilarious as dual axes are. There was something I read in the Codex about condition has name that could make this work. An empty item causes this condition to return success if the construct has any custom name at all. Perfect. The reason that's perfect is because if I add another name check, then it'll be one instruction too many for our waterer. It'll be his 9th instruction in his longest path. And that will make him not put vellum back. So what we need to do instead is have him check to see if he has a custom name at all. And if not, we go there. And if so, then we begin by checking specifically for hatchet. And that is the patrol bot. And it means we need another name tag to name this new fellow. His instructions will be to take... Oh, and I need to get my marking runes again. He needs to take from the wormhole and place on the fast Runeforge. And those are the only 2 locations he needs to know about. That's not the anvil. His name shall be Crispin. Need a ledger. And dust samples. Silver, iron, copper, and gold. 4 dusts that we can crush and then smelt again. So he takes from the wormhole a dust on the list, there has to be more than 17 of that dust where he leaves it alone. Because I might want a stock of dust for some reason. And then he uses that dust on the Runeforge. Waits for, we'll call it 20 seconds. Probably too long, but we can tune that down later. Takes anything from the Runeforge and returns it to the wormhole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. No smart head required. We are gonna need some rods. Why is the guard lost in the water pool? Stay out of the pool, you fool. Why aren't you doing guard things? Hatchet is broken and thinks he's the other guy. That is not how I was told that instruction would work. An empty item will cause this condition to return success if the construct has any custom name at all. What is an empty item? Because clearly it is not leaving that space blank. How about a name tag that just says name tag? Nope, he is still busted. How about case insensitive nothing? Still busted. So the empty "do I have a name" command does not work as described. What I should do is reverse these. Since this is the simpler instruction. And the problem this causes is that now Waterer's instruction set is slightly too long. Because he can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's a problem because he can only handle 8. I can kind of fix that if I change where he worries about his water level. So he moves into place, checks the cauldron's water level, fills it if it needs water. If it doesn't need water, he makes... I gotta cut that. If it doesn't need water, he makes vellum with any available leather. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at max. But this creates another problem. Because this means he can run out of water in the cauldron and in his own tank while making vellum. And he can't refill his own water until he runs out of leather. Nope, I've got it. He checks his own water level first. No, that doesn't work either. Because then I'll only have him refilling the cauldron if he has first refilled himself. So if he doesn't run out of water, the cauldron will. Well, there's only one solution to this. He needs a name too, and it has to be the first one checked. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for this new dust processor, and I need to reassemble this instruction set. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 max. Okay, everybody works, and I can fit the instructions for 3 golems into this mess. Ouch, another one of these things. But it means you need a name. We've got our legs and arm rods. I should have the grabber claw, the shield, and I need a defense rune. Kinda wish I'd kept that gold basic head now. But it doesn't really matter. Legs, check. Ordinary torso, check. Arm on storage tank. There it is. Basic. Stone grabber right arm. And now I need that defense room. Three stone, 2 Ventium, defense room, rod, shield. Gonna need my wrench book, and we're ready to activate this guy. And if I give him 7 ender capacity, he should have a hand capacity of 8. Which will allow him to smelt these things 8 at a time. And then we'll just give him air for that little tiny bit of speed. Welcome. Your name is Crispin. Follow me. His defense rune is actually an earth rune because he's a stone golem. That's a nice touch. Anyway, your business is that lodestar, so get to smelting. He is already a little bit broken because he was supposed to put uh-oh. What happened to the copper bars that he just smelted? This might have to be longer. All right. What do you mean I'm here? Why are you over there? That's not where you need to be. Are you unable to reach? Why are you back there? Why are you so lost? Right, takes the dust, places it to cook, and immediately goes back for more dust, obliterates the smelted copper, and breaks. What is the problem here? Uses. Ah, I didn't connect that. I forgot that it was a success or fail state. Alright, let's try this again. He gets the copper, sets it, and waits 30 seconds. Which is too long. So we can dial that back. We can dial that back a lot. now he can't take that copper because he's an idiot. Okay, so a couple things need to change here. First, his wait step is far too long. Second, he needs a better grabber arm, something with greater reach. And I don't have any spares. I was sure 2 block reach would be fine. I may have to give him 4 block reach. Where'd he go? Oh, he's on the gantry. What is this bye, boss? I hope I did good. I love you. What the hell kind of a message is that? You're being upgraded, not executed, you paranoid fool. Smith here is the real champ. Now with improved block reach, he should be better able to reach the Rune Forge and the wormhole without stumbling around and bumping into everything. It's a very simple instruction set. He only needs to move back and forth between 3 blocks in a straight line. I don't know how he keeps getting lost. What the? Another mosquito. Now you wait there, and we'll resume this. Resume the exercise. He's got the dust. Cooking for too long. And got lost and can't reach the dust. How are you so confused and useless? Okay. I'm gonna fix this with an ugly hack. These pedestals are not connecting. And now you're standing on the chest and are even more lost than previously. This is ridiculous and embarrassing. Okay. The Rune Forge is now hopefully somewhere easier for your small mind to reach. Shall we try again? Alright, now we're cooking. Ready. And I didn't update the location that he's supposed to take copper from. Take it from the Rune Forge. At least I'm only wasting copper, which I have far too much of. Yeah, 2,000 copper dust. I can afford to burn this in experimentation. Okay, now we are working. I'm going to turn down his wait step to 12 seconds and see if that works. Still some room for improvement. Bring it down to 9. That'll do. I don't need to optimize it any more than that. The spirit furnace is completely full of blood. So are both of these, and as is the chalice itself. We're maxed out on blood. Never thought it would happen. Alright, let's cook some withers. Also, I don't know how he's cooking 16 copper dust. One ender tuning is supposed to be +1 grip capacity, and grabber arms start with 1. So, when I tuned him with 7 ender, he was holding... No, he was holding 14. Which I thought was odd. So he can hold 16 with 8 Ender tunings, which doesn't make sense. The math on that doesn't math. It can't be +1 or +2 per Ender tuning. Excuse me, Codex. Each affinity changes attributes. Let's look at his diagnostics for his script capacity. He can carry things, health, intel, perception. Buoyancy is negative. No mana. Inventory slots without hands. He doesn't have storage. It does not show what his hand capacity is. That is a perfectly normal sound. Pay no attention to it. Yep, 8 affinities. 8 affinity points. Conflicting affinities don't matter. Ender, +1 carry capacity per point for each hand. So it's 1 for having a hand, +8. So it should be a carry capacity of 9. Because he has 8 affinity points of Ender. But somehow, he's pulling 16 dust at a time. Actually, I don't even know if he's pulling 16 dust at a time. He could be pulling more. No, that's going down by 16. Well, we're looking at another gift horse situation. The math doesn't math. But here we are. It doesn't even work if that +4 block reach is actually +4 carry capacity. Because that's still 8 +4 for 12. And even if you add 1 for default to get to 13, you still don't get 16. So I don't know how he's moving 16 copper dust at a time. But since that's the max capacity of the Runeforge, I'm not going to question it anymore. He's perfectly tuned for the task I gave him. So we now have automatic dust smelting. And the only way that could be even better is if I had automatic ore crushing and then automatic dust to the storage system. And you know, maybe I shouldn't. Which I know I already said before I made that smelter golem. But I really think this is where I need to draw the line. We have automatic ore cooking, we have patrollers, we have this guy having a swim. It's a party. It's a golem party. It's almost as bad as a Thaumcraft golem party, but I don't have nearly that many. Now, what was that? It's like Golem's advancement that I picked up. Oh, at least 3 wood or stone parts. That's how I got that. I have, well, most of these. And that's it. The Wandering Wizard sells tuning papers for the Ritual of Locating. Forget the Sanctum. Forget the Sanctum. The Sanctum is no good. Anyway, that I think is going to do it for the day. I've got this guy happily cooking all my dusts into metal. Guard plus Waterer plus Furnace. He's basically a Furnace at this point. And yeah, that is going to do it for the day. That may even do it for this pack and this world. I haven't fully decided if I'll be back to Minecraft tomorrow or if we'll be doing something else. We'll have to see. Until then. The Wither says like and subscribe. Follow and all that good stuff. Channel Discord below the main panel. Everything gets uploaded to YouTube. Those links are also below. If you're on YouTube, you can get my Twitch ID from my creator profile. See you tomorrow.